Hello, and welcome to session six of the modeling streams, I believe. Where today, first of all, if we go over here to recover autosave, I believe I have finally fixed the autosave thing. Knock on wood. I completely changed the temporary file directory for Blender, and I also set the autosave delay to be 5 minutes, I want to say, instead of 15. So I don't know. We'll find out when Blender next crashes, but I'll try to be more on top of actually manually saving as well. But then the plan today is that we are left with, if I hide everything, 1, 2, and 1/2 pieces of the model left to actually model out. Again, like I said at the start, I'm not doing the familiar, at least not on stream, maybe later, but considering the amount of work we've done on different pieces of geometry, this should be something that people can now, like, people who've been like following along and learning along should be able to do something. Apart from the flame effect, I'm not exactly sure how I would do that myself. Just flat planes that are textured or something fancier, but just the general shapes and all of that should be doable by now. So it's just the same kind of deal of just subsurf and mirror and just kind of modeling out the thing. Unfortunately, this is the only reference where the entire thing is visible, so it's not like there's going to be any level of tracing possible. So maybe that could be a little bit of a challenge of if you don't want to graduate from hopefully working on a nice reference sheet like this to working on a character that does not have a reference sheet at all. Maybe something like this would be a nice little middle transition step of working on something smaller and more simple like this without tracing at all. And that could be a step of kind of being able to do more on your own without relying on a reference. Like, not that there's anything wrong with relying on a reference if you happen to have one of these. Like, I've been modeling for a while, and I still prefer tracing whenever possible. But yeah, this little fella is going to be done off stream after we're done with the actual character model. And then this entire section over here, I just kind of consider non-canon. Like, well, if I want to, they might be in the same category as this guy over here, where once I'm actually done with the series and go and give the model like the finishing touches, I might add these as well. But yeah, I think these are just non-canon alternative things that may or may not be added to the actual model eventually. So today's plan is to be able to complete the bootstraps, the hands, and the gloves, which I'm going to talk about this more when we move on to the hands. But here you can't well, I guess you can kind of see the 3D effect over there. And here you can very clearly see the 3D effect. So these are going to have to be modeled out, but we can just clone them from our hands. There are also going to be scenarios where you will have gloves, even like fingerless gloves like this, where the gloves can actually just be painted on, and that way you can save up on try count. But these are very clearly going to be 3D, at least this one, and I think also this one, so they'll have to be cloned. And then this piece over here, which is going to be dead last, because after that, if everything goes to plan and I don't end up having to remake anything, I think today's going to be the session when we start texturing. And very soon after starting texturing, the moment we move on to the body, we're finally going to start applying some of our modifiers, because for the body, you can see that the texture is actually not symmetrical. So we're going to have to apply our mirror modifier to be able to get details like this mole over here, and this mole over here, and all of this indentation over here, and just the differences in shading between the different sides of the body. So again, I don't want to stretch this session out too long, so I'm just going to get started. So first of all, I'm going to add these straps over here, because we kind of already have these over here, where I can even clone our buckles. I'm just going to have to add the little pinpoint needle pokey thing to our buckles. That doesn't exist here, which actually, does it exist in the reference? No. So I guess it's just on the other side and very uncomfortable. But we do need to add that detail to our boots. So I'm going to just clone one of these. With screencast keys on. I think I regressed a little bit there. That would have taken longer than some of the previous sessions. So just clone one of these and make it its own separate mesh. And do the same for one of these buckles over here. Just clone it down and own mesh. And the reason why these have to be separate meshes from each other is that our buckle only has a mirror modifier, whereas our belt, or strap in this case, has mirror, subsurf, and solidify. So if I were to join our buckle into our strap, our buckle would inherit all of the properties of our strap, including all of the modifiers. And the modifiers would turn it into something I don't want it to be. And similar thing, if I were to join our belt into our belt would inherit all the properties of the buckle and turn into a mess that doesn't have the modifiers it relies on, that being subsurf and solidify. So, unfortunately for now, these are going to have to be separate things that we can then, once again, when we move on to texturing these pieces, we are going to be able to join these together into the same mesh, because we're going to be applying our modifiers apart from solidify. But for now, these are going to be their own separate thing. Which I could have kept them as part of the meshes for their sleeve counterparts. But I also kind of don't want to do that, because they are so far apart and completely separate, so I might rejoin them back in after I'm done here. But we'll see about that. We'll see if I even remember. But these need to be scaled up, because they're quite thick around here. But they also need to be connected to the boots, because if we hide everything, this is, again, just baffling design to me, unless they're taped in or sewn in around the back or here, or something along those lines. But they need to be very tight to be able to, first of all, cling to the boots like this, and then also to be able to actually keep the boots kind of tight. I didn't realize how pigeon-toed she is in the ref. I bet those boots were fun. Yeah. I'm already going to save. I did this already. Do we want shoes? Belts. Could have called them straps. Could have called them belts. If I go here and open this, you can see, well, I think I would have complained to you about these boots already, but I'm just going to go here. This is my favorite thing to complain about at the moment. That's my approximation. This is what I had to work with. Just pigeon-toed to begin with, so even the frontal reference is not usable for tracing or anything like that. And then, this is not a reference sheet. Make no mistake, there's no official reference sheet anywhere. This is something I clipped and pieced together from the debut stream. So, it's like, this is one of the reasons I hate working with boots. It's like, even if you get a full-size reference like you do here, which, by the way, we don't get a side reference, but whatever, at least we get front and back, which the back one did help a lot, being able to have front and back. But it's like, neither of them are that usable because they're rotated, and like, the other thing we found out was that even though this is going to be all perspective and so on, but over here, the toes are further down to the ground than the heel, and then here the heel is further down to the ground than the toes. So looks nice in 2D view, because that is all going to be perspective stuff. The toes are closer to you in the front view and farther away from you in the back view. Does not translate all that well to 3D though. So this is where we got with the boots, and then the rest of this is going to be just the belts are going to add a lot, and then being able to texture and like give it a little bit of shade, and the metallic bits here and then, all of that is going to hopefully add a level of detail that's going to make this look passable. But yeah, cannot remember the last time I had a pleasant experience with shoes. But yeah, these need to be fairly tight, fit to the boots. And I'm going to kind of take a look at that. Yeah, these need to be so much thicker still. Or at least a little bit further down. So I'm going to pull this down. And I'm going to do one pass, exactly one pass of trying to fit this to at least the frontal part of our reference. And once I'm done with that one pass, I don't think I'm going to be returning to this. I want to get the size about right and try and match the even thickness. They do, yeah. Oh, it goes through here, I think. I'm not exactly sure what's going on over here. I guess we can see from the back, right? Can we? I guess it goes through the loop here, yeah. So, control, just, oh, I reloaded the file. Not mirror on the x-axis, on the y-axis. Oh, this is going to be horrible. I don't like having the strap in the front. But it does make, yeah, you're right, it does make sense. It would be a nightmare to fasten if it were on the other side. So of course you're going to have to pull the strap and leave the loose bit on the frontal side, so... Yeah. So... I'm gonna hide our loose part of the strap for now, so that I can get the underside a little bit more natural around here. And this is really the part that needs to be... Oh, we have a back reference as well, so I can kind of... Oh, it just runs like that, huh? But yeah, this is going to be the part that needs to be the most connected to the boot. I'm going to try my best to get the transition, like the flow from up to down, as natural as possible, and I'll also try to keep the thickness as even as possible. And then... Well, this can't really be that high. So I guess I'm hiding these again. These are coming down to here. And I'll scale them to size. And then I can pull our end of this strap a little bit more slack. And this has to be covered. So I guess what I can do is make that a little bit smaller. That will help a bit. And then the separation happens really deep to the corner, so... This needs to be kind of close here as well, still. I'm glad I only need to do this like once and then adjust the other side. And then the separation kind of happens over here, where even at the end, it is quite a thick belt, like so. I don't exactly buy that this dips so far down. So I am going to adjust for it myself and ignore the reference. Just kind of try and get any of the flow as natural as possible. And then the separation happens kind of underneath the buckle, so that will give us a lot of leeway as well. I want this to be tighter over here. And yeah, definitely tight around the bottom as well. We're going to have to follow the form of the boot. At least up to a point. This part is a little bit too loose still, especially around here. Or it should be a little bit more loose, and then... So hard to see. This should be further down, or just scaled up and further down, and something along these lines. And then I'm going to try and even up the thickness. I kind of like this curving over here, but I'm... Yeah, okay. Again, the reference doesn't really match up. Over here it's curving to the left and going to the left. But the point is I like the curvature over here. So I think... I know I need the buckle, but I'm going to try. I know there's one of these clips over here. So I'm going to clone this as well. I'm going to see how it will look over here. It would have to be like this. I'm not 100% committed to this, but if it looks decent, I'll have it here. Something like this does exist here. But I get to decide if it has to exist here. So these have to be... Okay, here we run into... well, they don't have to be that much darker. They're about the same color as the boots. But here we run into a bit of a problem. Would that look better rendered? It would, yeah, okay. So in actual material preview, there's not that much of a difference. But then if I go to rendered mode, there is going to be a difference thanks to the shadow. So I kind of like this. This can exist over here. I'm just going to adjust for the belt so that it actually runs through our loop and doesn't clip into. And then our buckle is going to be kind of attached, and the needle point comes... Okay, this is a clearer reference. It comes from here and pokes in over there. So I'm going to add our loop about here. not really measuring anything, just eyeballing. And I want this to run. Well, really, it's not going to be the entire thing, so something more like this runs a little bit, and then bends in over here. Not that hard, though. Like this, and then I'm going to extrude back here as well a little bit, because it just does that. Scale that down a bit as well. And then bump this. I'm not even going to add the bump over there. You can see that it's actually connected over here on the top side, but I'm not going to do that. This will serve the exact same purpose, even though this kind of design would not really work. But this is another one of those where I doubt anyone's gonna be going in and taking a close look at how the buckling mechanism for the shoes we've made works. So the weird thing here again is that, yeah, you can kind of see that it does run back there. So our... I don't know what this is like anchoring to, but there's going to be something on the backside as well. So I think here we kind of should figure out what that is. Is it like... It ends up looking fine as something like this. If we go to rendered mode here, that's like... Yeah, that's a buckle. But on the backside, it does look a little bit awkward. And really, our loop should like go through and then run through here, overlapping this, but like genuinely does not do that in the reference sheet. So for now, I am going to take this and just shrink it a little bit. No, I can't. This is why most of the time I prefer like cloning one of these to save for later, so that I can cleanly make it less thick just by scaling along an axis. If I were to do that right now, it would skew. So I have to do this instead. I have to select it, and that's not going to be 100% accurate, but that's close enough. And now I want it to sit here, but not clip through the other side. And then that's going to be fine. So this here doesn't have any modifiers, so we can actually attach this bit to our buckle, and there we have a mirror for our little loop holder here as well. So that's our first strap. Doesn't match up exactly, but it never needs to. So we just clone this one and move it down and hope that it lines up. It will not, because the boot is actually narrower around here, but just put it in the right place. Here, around the bottom, we can actually see really well that these are quite thick. So I might need to bump up the solidify on these to be at least double that, so 0.001. And yeah, okay, that is where the thickness ends. So I like that a lot more for the thickness of these belts. And then just pull all of this in, where again I'm going to hide the loose bit first. So that we can work on what is underneath. And this can be clipping into the boot a little bit. Because most of the time it's going to be underneath our, like, strap anyway. But then where the frontal, like, loose bit of strap is not going to be covering it, we need to be a lot more careful. So I actually want to pull this in a lot closer. So that I can pull this in a lot closer and this in a lot closer. And that way we get to be closer to the surface of the boot, which is what we want. You have to be able to see a little bit of the loop underneath. Like that. And then let's see, where does this strap end up? It's not quite pointed as high upwards. And it thins out a little bit. For the general kind of an ordeal. These are not going to be 100% accurate because of the way the boot is rotated either, so... Then we can clone our assembly over here and kind of move it back in place. Why it should be a little bit further up. And now that it's generally in place, I want to work piece by piece. Yeah, like that. I'm going to save over my previous thing. I'm also now going to check recover autosave 2107. Okay, so it just... it has an autosaved again. So that might just be a... Actually, I wonder if I add just a random cube over here and, like, move it aside. Does that autosave? No. So I really don't know what triggers the autosave. I've hovered over the setting in Blender preferences, and it says something along the lines of this is not going to work for sculpting and edit mode data. So maybe it's because we've been working in edit mode for the 20 minutes that he hasn't saved anything. But I now have a manual save, so we're not going to have to do these belts again. And if I go to rendered mode, that already makes such a difference for the boots, where they're not just a tube with a toe and a heel, but they have some extra detail that's going to look even nicer when we're able to do this kind of stuff, which, again, still I don't really have an idea of how to do, apart from, like, just doing solid strips of color and then blending those in, but we'll get to that part. So, of the two things remaining, we have our hands, and we've got the garter over here. There's a special thing for hands that I need to do, so I'm going to do the garter first. So for this, I'm going to need our thighs and our body, which actually that is just our body. And I'm going to start with our 8-vert circle, because it is a circular shape. And kind of do the usual of adding it in, getting it in the right place and giving it a subsurf, so we can kind of have an idea of how thick it needs to be. Maybe there is a 4-color gradient thing in GIMP. I think there's one in Photoshop. Yeah, I imagine there would be, and I think there might even be one in, like, Clip Studio, but I'll figure that one out when I get there. So this one's going to be a little bit awkward at first. I'm not going to do the skin indentation until we actually move on to texturing the body. We're able to apply our mirror modifier and actually work on individual sides of our model, and then I can adjust for this. So for now, I just want this piece of clothing to exist in general. So this clearly needs to be closer. So that's this. And just kind of fit this around the thigh. Because we're going to solidify it a little bit, because it's not going to be just paper thin, but we're not going to solidify it a whole lot, so keep that in mind. It has to be fairly close to the skin. Not clipping, but fairly close. And then we can tell that it goes up. So I want these to be about here. This still down. And this again up. And account for that around the back. I don't think it's like this. I do not believe for a second it is like this. So I am going to disrespect the reference artist here a little bit and choose that it goes upwards here instead. I'm going to try to get the front as correct as possible, which is going to be difficult, because I'm not going to be able to do the frill effect yet, not with subsurf still unapplied. When I can apply my subsurf, that's going to be easier, which I think I just scaled up the entire thing, but that was a good thing by the looks of it. If I wanted to do that wavy effect, I'd have to add so much detail here, and then I'd be able to do like this. Whereas when I'm able to apply my subsurf, I just kind of get that detail naturally, and I'm able to do like this, which we're going to need even more detail. We're going to like need a triple subsurf over here, and then we can have something along like not even those lines. How about a double subsurf into another singular subsurf? Something along these lines in any case. But it would not be possible to get that kind of an effect working just like this with our 8 vertices per circle. So, gonna ignore that for now. Focus on pulling this back towards the skin now that we've repositioned it a little. And the top and the bottom can be slightly out of sync, like the bottom can be further out than the top, that's completely fine. As long as it's not too out of sync. As long as it looks decent. And then this, not that far up. Or if it is that far up, it needs to be thicker. Kind of like this. And then now, I'm kind of happy with that shape, so I'm going to give it a solidify. Definitely not this thick. More like 002. That's about the thickness I would expect. Get rid of any final clipping. Save here 24 leg garter. And saved because I'm going to be giving it the pants material, and that's been one of the ways we crash Blender recently. And then we need to have our connection that ends up somewhere underneath the pants. So I know that I need to have it up until here. That's going to be, for now, that's going to be just a plane that we even delete all the vertices of. Unhide our body. Make sure that our plane is selected, and then we do our snapping method. where I'm going to poke in the vertices, and they're going to be roughly around here. This goes further up, ends about there, comes on back over, and then I'm going to end our snapping, fill our geometry, bring that out from the surface a little bit, give it a smooth, give it our subsurf, only a singular one this time. This one doesn't need a whole lot of detail. And then it needs to end somewhere around here on the garter, with specifically a metal clip. So make sure that it's actually on the surface. This has to be solidified now, but it's not going to be much more solid than what our actual garter is. Kind of like this. I want the actual tip of the metal thing to be less thick. And I do want the entire rest of the garter to be less thick as well, maybe. Now if I give it our hands material, and then for the tip over here, our metal material, and unhide everything, and then make sure that over here it does actually go underneath the pants, which I am going to need to bring away from the skin so that we can have that level of separation. And now it's going to be fine. And then when we texture our pants, we're going to be able to add in the transparency that is required for these tears in the fabric or the material, and we'll be able to see our final missing bit of our strap. I still think this is a bit thick, so I'm going to try and carefully pull this in. Yeah, I like that better. And then make this look a little bit more natural. I want this to be more connected. Not to the point of clipping in, but more like this. And then I want to move this here. And let's make sure that I like the thickness of it. I do. So save again, and then give it a render. And that looks fine to me, apart from the fact that it doesn't have the frill, the wavy effect, which, like I said, we're only going to be able to add later. So this works. And then we move on to hands. And hands are one of those things, I think I said this last session as well. Hands are one of those things where I don't hate them. I don't hate doing hands like I hate doing like hair and boots and so on. But I have this thing where even though the method for making the hands is also very consistent, I am terrible at making like natural looking hands. They always come out looking wrong to me. So hopefully better luck this time. I've actually prepared something I've been meaning to do for a couple of my personal projects anyway, where I'm going to be adding yet another reference. Set this to be front and open our hand reference. And this is once again lifted from Daniel Kreuter's 2014 anime character modeling tutorial series number 2 on YouTube. Episode 0, which is the general outline of the project, and then includes links to all the materials used, one of which is this reference that he drew. So this is what we're going to be using. I've been several times when I've actually struggled with getting the hands to the point I would like them to be. I have gone on the Boros and tried to find a reference sheet that would have hands as well. I've found a couple, which I'm just not going to load them into Blender. I think I know where they are, but I'm not going to spend any time on that. Point being, there's surprisingly few actual reference sheets that include hands, kind of like this, where sometimes you'll get a view that you would be able to use, kind of like the top one over here. But this is still the best hand reference sheet I have come across. So this is what I'm going to be using. And the way this hand making method works is you don't necessarily need a reference, but it's just I don't have the understanding of hand anatomy to be able to do this without a reference at this point. Another thing that you could do if you wanted, if this doesn't end up working, if I'm not able to find any actual reference sheet that has decent hands, no kind of anatomy study that's openly available online, then one theoretical thing you could do would be like use yourself as a reference. Just place your own hand flat on the table and spread your fingers as wide as you need them to be, and then just, I don't know, take a picture of that and put that in Blender. So I've considered doing that, but I'm going to give this one a try as well. It's going to be more feminine, and that's what we want. So the basic method, and this is also something that is completely lifted from Daniel's tutorial, is going to be adding a cube. I want our reference sheet to be... no, I don't want it to be in any special location. I've considered for a second having it somewhere other than around the central bit for mirroring, because we're not going to be mirroring for the actual making of the hand part. We're going to be mirroring after we're done making the hand, so I'm going to leave it here. Roughly have this match around the actual hand area. Kind of like this, except selecting both vertices instead of just the one. So in wireframe view, then here I'm going to extrude down, and this is going to be kind of our wrist. This first step is going to be kind of like base meshing a body. I'm going to add a loop for the thumb over there, and that gives us more definition around this part as well. Then I am going to need to add another hand reference to our right angle. I think right angle. No, left angle, I think. Yeah. I mean, I guess it could work on a right angle as well. Yeah, it would. I'm going to hide all of my Ember references and then have it here. And then kind of buff it out to fit our hand on the y-axis as well. And just kind of need to keep in mind that what we're seeing here is going to be the thumb, and the actual palm of the hand is going to be behind the thumb. So for now, I actually want to bring these in further. Kind of like this, and that's going to be like the main body of the hand. And then from here, I'm going to add 3 loop cuts down the middle. That's going to be where our fingers start. I am going to clone one of these faces extrude it to form the first joint of our index finger. Clone the cube and have this be our second joint. Clone it again and have that be our third joint. And then kind of fit all of these to the shape of the finger. It's a little bit difficult to see where the joints would be, but it's about here. And again, if you use yourself as a reference, there's going to be one about here, and the other one about here, and then the knuckle. So I'm going to undo so that I don't hide the entirety of Ember over there. Kind of leave some gaps between our cubes as well, because we're going to be connecting those, and that's kind of going to make our joints for us. So there's our prototype index finger that we can then select and clone and form our other fingers like this. So these, of course, are going to need to be repositioned, scaled, and all of that good stuff. To kind of fit where the fingers actually go. I don't want the gaps between the fingers to be massive. I'm going to clone the index finger for the ring finger as well, and this is going to be another one of those annoying parts where the reference sheet for the hand, this is why I'm still on the lookout for one, the reference sheet here has rotation, and also this weird bit of skin that wasn't erased, but that's not supposed to be here. The fingers do separate around this spot. So we're going to need to adjust for this rotation from the side point of view when we get to modifying our results over there. And then the pinky needs to be scaled down a lot. I'm going to do the rotation over here already. I'm not. I need to be able to. Kind of scale these accurately. And then now I'm going to do the rotation. And it's going to be something like this. Except, no, I do the rotation after I'm done scaling these on the y-axis. So I'm going to try to kind of make these like finger thickness. It's going to be difficult to adjust once we're done adding our rotation. So something like this. And this is also going to be rotated a little bit less. This is going to be rotated to the other direction. And then our thumb begins here the exact same way. Just clone the starting point. I'm going to have to rotate here, most likely. Or maybe not. I can do this in 2 dimensions. Then I'm going to clone the face again, because this is so misshapen. And I'm once again trying not to work with the y-axis at all. So I'm going to lock this to the x-axis, and then z, and then x again. And then this, I can clone. And it needs to be a little less thick on the y-axis. Something like this. And there you can see our very basic, like, low poly hand. So now, before I'm able to adjust for the rotation of the fingers from the side, I'm going to have to join all of our individual like finger joints together, and then add our subsurf. So for this, I'm going to go through, delete only faces on our actual hand itself, and then select the like bottom and top faces of all of our individual finger pieces where they need to be connected. And then delete faces. Do the same for our thumb. Just the faces. And then one by one, go through all of these loops and bridge them. And this kind of creates our joints for us. Here you're going to have to manually select one of these loops and then bridge the other one. And we're going to account for any weird geometry, all of the connection to the hand, once we have our subsurf. So there's our, well, apart from the thumb, let's do the thumb as well. So there's our horribly mangled low poly hand. And what's going to salvage all of this for us is going to be adding a subdivision surface modifier, which I would like to try and keep to 1. No, I'm going to do 2. It's going to be easier to work with, and I can always go back to 1 when needed. So now we can kind of get things back to the dimensions they need to be, back to the positions they need to be. And then also we can finally start working on the y-axis as well. So our thumb is going to be around here, actually. And then also rotated around even harder, like this. And then we're going to need to kind of account for that over here. Ideally without using the y-axis. So you can already see that this reference sheet is not 100% mirror accurate either. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping that this would be... Considering this was made by a 3D modeler, I was kind of hoping that this would be a little bit better, but looks like we're going to be stuck with this again. Get the curvature of the index finger. And right now we're not going to have the like sharpness of the nails. That's going to be something that we need to do after we're done bending into shape. And then we also kind of don't have any knuckles yet. I first of all want to get all of these kinda in the curvature that was intended. Though it's a bit hard to see. And then here. And then our hand is also kind of going to be rotated. More like this. So we're gonna... Okay, that is a lot more decent than I initially was expecting. Like, when I added the subsurf, I thought that, oh, this is gonna be worse than most of my non-reference fingers, but this is actually starting to look a little bit like a hand. Like, the fingers are all weird. But that's going to be something that we can help a little bit here. So... the tips of the fingers need to be more like so, and then I guess our nails. I want to add one more loop there, and that way we can have a fingertip that ends in a sharper nail. So everything is going to end like this. And that'll help us a lot as well with kind of defining our fingers. The index is a little bit ALMR looking at the moment, but I feel like this is going to help a bunch as well. Oh, the rotation has not been kind to our index finger. I actually, I'm not sure what's going on here. So this needs to be thinner and further up. And both of these need to be more like this. Okay, that's better. But then this needs to be like... Okay, that's not as good. That nail is a little bit too sharp, so I'm going to bring all of this back. Yeah, that's more like it. So our side reference has kind of done its job already. I don't want to add too much curvature to this. Ideally, I'd want to have it be completely flat and without any finger curvature, but I needed that for the... for the more natural look of the fingers, and I needed that level of reference. So now I'm going to kind of try and thicken out the fingers to the point where they need to be. This, for example, has to be thicker. This is the middle finger, so can't be too thin. And then this has to be... I kind of want to move that further up, because, again, if you look at your own hand as a reference, it's the separation point is definitely not going to be all the way down here. It's going to be about level, maybe even further up than your index and middle fingers. So I want to have these up here. And then both of these kind of patterned out. Some of these I'm going to want to smooth and then puff out again. The pinky is a little bit too small. And that's because it is at an angle, so we haven't had the best reference for it. I'd like to add a loop here. And I'd like to smooth these out a lot, kind of like so. The thumb is a little bit odd as well. Mostly because we have not adjusted for it at all. So we're going to need to have our loop over here so that we can have our nail. Like so. And it is a very long thumb. And yeah, this is going to be some tough geometry. I want this more like so. Bumped up. I am going to make the decision to pull our thumb back, because... Okay, this part of the hand Needs to be rotated more like this. And then our thumb brought more to the front. And then back like this. Yeah, that's so much better already. And then adjust from our frontal angle as well. Now hands, luckily, are one of those things where as long as you're fine with recycling and not having every piece of every model be actually modeled out every time, you only need to make a good hand about once. And you can recycle it as many times as you'd like. Because sometimes you'll come across characters that don't fit the kind of general mold for hands, and then, even then, you should be able to just modify your existing hand model. I'm going to delete the faces to have this be a more appealing loop. And then it's just about like doing the definition of the hand. So the back of the hand is going to be up a little bit. I don't exactly love that it's angled again. Ideally, we'd be able to do this in a way that is not angled. But it is what it is. I would rather have a good-looking hand like this, that is at an angle and we just have to live with it, than a not-so-good-looking hand, which 25 hands started. If I go here, 53 done, and I'll load a second. Here is another attempt at a hand, which is more straightened out, but it's also... It came out fairly okay. One of the things that would have benefited this would have been having, like, the level of nail definition we did, something like that. This came out decent, but it's not as good as the hands we're currently working on. So I would rather have these hands at a bit of an angle than that hand where it is flatter and easier to work with in the long run, but it also doesn't look as pleasing. There's still some weird lumpiness over here that I do want to... Like, that's kind of natural, but it has to be more over here. This is still not thick enough, especially towards the tip. I also think the fingers are a little bit long, but then again, I think that about just about every female character ever, so I don't trust my judgment on that. And then some of the definition, like the... Well, okay, this should really be bumped up. And then the palm dent is going to be about here. Spread even a little bit further. Not as big of a dent, though. But something like this. Knuckles is going to be something we're able to do when we apply our subsurf, and then we can pull out the knuckles. Right now, I don't want to be adding a loop to every finger like this to be able to then give them knuckles. If you have vertices and triangles to spare, that would be how you do it. But I know that I'm going to have the required detail to be able to do knuckles once I apply my subsurf, so I'm waiting to be able to apply my subsurf. Still trying to look for any weird blockiness and hoping that just smooth is going to be able to take care of that. I still don't like that. I might need to add a loop here so that I can... No. I'm going to wait. I'm going to say this is good enough for the thumb right now. Should that be smooth? Yes. At least a bit. And then this. Okay, here I can add a loop, so I will. And that way I'm going to add some of the detail and definition too. Oh, but I need to add a loop here as well, and that's just horrible. That adds so much. Because yeah, that might look fine from the front, but it doesn't look from the side, so... Actually just don't have that loop at all. This needs to be smooth, though. And then the back of the hand will kind of buff out towards the wrist. That's a little bit too flat for my liking. I also don't want too much of a curve. So this one needs to be more of a circle. That's in that thumb tip, yeah. And this is one of those things that I specifically... Oh, that's... it's at a weird angle. This is one of those things that I specifically struggle with when it comes to hands. It's just like how to get the fingers the right thickness and so on. And once again, would love to have a loop over here, but that would circle the entire disc. I would have it like this and then buffed out like that, and that would be more of a thumb. Then smooth this. So this is... No, it is rotated about as much as it should be. So like this should be usable as a reference, but it's such a weird angle that it's difficult to get right. So that's about the curvature of the thumb. But then yeah, this... Now that looks like a more human thumb, but I'm actually not... I'm not very happy about it looking like a more human thumb. So I'm going to undo that loop. Because we've gone from... I think this would be usable. Yeah, I'm still going to try and work with this. Just like smooth. No, not the right call. And there should be movement only on the y-axis. Yeah, again, more thumb-like. I guess I'd want this to be a little bit sharper. I just think this is long for a thumb as well. I'm going to elect to shorten this a little bit. Yeah, more like that. And then now that we have this definition over here, we can also bump that up. And then there needs to be a dent over here. Yep, I am happy with this. Let's move around over there a little bit. Still want to give these like a round of smoothing. Or at least like... so that this scaling would be a little bit more natural. But yeah, the benefit of this method is you can really see in about the joints where, to be fair, these should be further up. But you can see how having those two loops and then connecting them with bridge edge loops is going to give us so much detail to actually work in the joints of the fingers to give us that more natural bend. Which I am going to need to reposition so that we actually have them in the right places, because this is also going to matter for how our fingers bend when we're actually weight painting them. And then still not a fan of how angled the pinky has to be. Can I just rotate this loop? I can't. Nope. The other direction, maybe? Really need to stop reloading, like loading blend files for demonstration purposes. I will never, never, ever be able to remember to restart screencast keys. Because let's see, our nail is supposed to be here, so this is our top of the finger, which makes no sense. Again, just kind of trying to use myself as a reference and bend my pinky to the kind of an angle where it would be so far angle. I guess that would... No. Undo everything I just did, if I can. No, I can't. Because I went back to object mode. I'm going to have to undo that manually. And then this has to be like more over here. Has to be accounted for on this side. Smooth. Scale. Leave like that for now. We are going to worry about that when we're rigging. But yeah, this is... safe to say, this is by far the best hand I've done. So I guess credit to the ref sheet. It did work after all. I'm kind of still on the market for one that doesn't have the unnecessary rotation. If I'm ever able to find that, I'll like make sure to let people know. But for now, if you want this now, Daniel Kreuter 2014 anime character modeling tutorials #2. That'll get you the playlist. And then it's going to be episode 0 in the description. There's going to be a link to the back of references and materials, and that's going to be in there. And then once all of these, once the streams are done, I am going to, maybe even before, but at some point I'm going to be adding all of these to the wiki page for Blender tutorials as well. And I'm going to link all of the resources in there. So, fiddling with my water bottle. I want to bump my subdivisions down to 1. Because you can see over here that this is still a very good hand. Like, look at that. You can tell that's a hand. And if I go up to 2, it gets a little bit smoother, but we gain Just a little bit. We don't gain a whole lot compared to this. But we do gain 5,000 triangles, which that's not worth the amount of detail we gain, or not even necessarily detail, the amount of smoothness we gain. So I'm going to take this back down to 1. And then now that we're back in 1, I'm going to try and fix some of the minor things that were adjusted a lot more. So looks like our pinky. I did some of this, but that was affected pretty hard. Yeah, some of the basic things that we would have gained from our double subsurf, I'm going to account for. This is pretty weird. All of the extra detail will be lost in texture anyway, probably. Yeah, so I'm going to save over hand started. So if I go to material mode and give this our skin material, so this is what our hand would look like. I'm also going to turn diffuse off. This is what our hand would look like if we had an actually shaded model. But we're not going to have an actually shaded model at the end of this. The point is that this is most likely going to be shadeless. So what we would end up with instead would be this. So we get the general idea of, for example, the pinky is now way too small. But we don't get any of the detail. The detail is going to have to be added back in at a texture level. So let me see if I can still go back and undo. Yeah, I can undo that. Things added to the pinky. From this angle, it's a lot better than from this angle, so that is how thick it needs to be. But this I still want to fix. And then, yeah, not going to spend any longer on this. So I'm going to have a renaming session here. This is our hand. This is our garter strap. This is our garter. And these are our boots. So all of these are going to our clothes parent. And hand is going to go to our body parent. Then I'm going to go through and check for anything that has 001. And rename them as well. So this is boots, belts, buckles, and boots. I'm going to call them straps this time. So that would be straps, buckles as well. And nothing would have changed about the hair. I'm going to take our hand. This is now a left hand. I think it might always have been a left hand, but it's definitely now a left hand. It's going to come down over here. I can hide our hand references and bring back our ember references. And we can kind of place and scale our hand in relation to the model. We don't have a side reference for the hand, so just have it be something like this. And then it has to align with our arm. So the hand's going to be there. Try and match it with where our arm starts, or ends, rather. And then this loop is going to be adjusted to kind of match our hand. Not going to worry about it too much. We are going to be bridging all of these gaps when we need to bridge them. So before we start rigging. But I just kind of want them to be all nice and kind of connected so that when we do this, we have an almost natural transition from arm to hand. So we need to give this a mirror clipping. I just wanted to have this before subsurf. And then, let's see, are the nails in a million different colors? Or are they just... Okay, they are pink and green, so that's our hair highlights colors. So the thumbs, I think based on the feet, they're going to be alternating, so that is just something we can add as a nice little bit of added detail. So this, and this are going to be... I'm very scared of the materials menu, so I'm going to save this as 26 hands. And then give it our hair highlight, assign. Select the other two nails, which... This loop needs to be further back. And more like this. And then this here are going to be hair highlights green. And then if we render, we've got painted nails as well. There's differences in the sizes of the nails, which ideally we're going to be able to iron out by doing something like just sliding these vertices further. That thumb bend's a little bit unnatural, so I want to fix that. And then save over our hand save. And then the final thing we need here is going to be the gloves. And like I said at the start, this glove kind of looks like we could get away with just having it painted in the texture. But since the other one needs to be a separate mesh anyway, I am going to have both of them be separate meshes. So how I would go about this would be having our hand, and because our hand doesn't match the reference is going to be kind of unusable for us, apart from seeing that both gloves kind of end at knuckle or first joined level. So I want them to be about here. Select all of that geometry and then in between the fingers. And then this is where I want it to end for the thumb as well. For now, maybe a loop further in. Yes, a loop further in, at least one loop. Hide those. Select the rest. Do we have some... We are going to have some wrist poking out as well, so No, we can adjust for that later. So this is about the part that I want to be glove. So duplicate that, make it its own mesh. Alt S to shrink fatten. We're fattening this time around. I'm going to make this not a new material, but rather a pants material to get the black glove effect. And then this is going to be solidified as well. And not too thick. 002 is about where I want to be. And then see that there's no clipping. Yeah, those look fine. So they're a little bit blocky over here. That's something that another subsurf would fix, but I mean, my triangle count, so I'm not adding another level of subsurf. This is what we're going to live with. And if I render, it's going to be more obvious on the other side, especially once we're able to add these lines of texture. And then these gloves can't be mirrored. I'm going to have to add a fear part over there on the other side later on. But for now, these are going to be mirrored. And then over here, for one final step, I'm going to want to bring this edge back a little bit so that we can get that light peak of actual arm over there. Not the last thing. Yes, it was the last thing on the playlist. I'm going to need to bring that further back in. Oh, actually, I can just use the other frontal reference for this, like so, and hide our jacket. And yeah, this glove, which by the way has a strap as well, so that's going to be something. Do I need this? I don't need this to be mirrored. I can apply my mirror. So now I can go to my ref sheet, grab the purple that our glove use. I've only just now remember that these exist, so that's actually going to be the last thing we add to the model, those little like wristbands. But I'm going to give the other side of the glove a material. I'm going to call this glove for now. Boon BSDF. And paste in our color value. And then assign it to this side. Save this as 27 gloves. And then over here, we need another loop so that we can... How far does the bump extend? All the way. So all we really need to do is... Did I undo my loop? I think I did. So I can... do this, except it needs to be further up. So kind of like this. Double subsurf would look nicer, but I'm not doing it. So there's our little bump. And then on the other side, we're going to need to have a strap, which is something that I'm once again going to be cloning from elsewhere. It's just going to be one of these belts repurposed. So I'm going to grab one of the arm belts, another separate mesh, and just going to have this, first of all, not mirrored, and then kind of wrapped around our glove. Once again, going to be not Control Y, Control M, and then Y. Going to be facing this direction. And then deal with like tightness around the glove and clipping. this needs to be less solid. So like 03, and then now I can readjust for it around the glove. A little bit loud in my ears. I also think this might be... It's actually not too... Well, no, on the frontal side here it might be a little bit too thick. Just a simple smooth will also help us a lot here. And then this is not going to be as far detached from the loop underneath. It's going to be more like this. And I'm not going to have it curve up like that, so this is glove strap, and then our gloves are going to be here. Our clothes parent is not visible, and then I'm going to reparent them to our clothes instead. And now I think, well, okay, no, we're not done with modeling. Thought for a second, but it's so easy to forget about these straps over here. So this glove does have to come down further. Like this. It's a little bit annoying though. So it ends around here. So I'm just going to delete this loop and then add a very small loop over here. Kind of like this. And now we have clearance for all of the wrist straps. Which I'm quickly going to go over once and make sure that I haven't ignored, because it's so easy to miss them because they're buried underneath the sleeves here. So I'm going to go through and make sure that I haven't ignored any other pieces. Nothing in the hair. That's going to be textured even though it looks 3D. These are going to be textured. I've got the buttons already. Got this. Those and all of the buttons are placed, and that's going to be textured. Yeah, and I've got the zippers. I think I've got everything other than these. So, quickly do these. And they are going to be our classic 8 vert circles. Place one circle over there for safekeeping, because we're going to be rotating the other ones, and it's going to be easier to work when I have one that is not rotated. So again, I want to pull this into shape. I do want to give that a subserve. Double's fine, because we've only got 8 vertices to begin with. And then thicken it to about Remove doubles. I've got an extra loop over there. We should have 16 because we've got 8 here and 8 yeah. We had 24, so that's how I knew I had a double loop. So kind of roughly use the reference to see how thick this needs to be. And then, because our hand doesn't match the reference in the first place, can't use the reference to judge the actual position of anything. So instead, just kind of place things not according to the reference, but rather according to your own eyes. And again, keeping in mind that this is not going to be the thickest thing in the world. So it needs to be fairly close to the skin. Which we can now solidify. And I want to say we're going to go all the way down to 001. Okay, that's good. That is going to be the same kind of purple that the gloves are, I'm going to say. There. We've got a different purple somewhere. I can't exactly remember where, but that's fine. And then now I'm going to bring back our other as yet unrotated circle and give it a rotation. And again, just use our reference for reference on the thickness. This needs to be flipped around and smoothed. And then just fit it around the skin. This is going to be more difficult because it's at got such a large amount of rotation, where I honestly don't think it would be doing anything like this. This would be a bit insane. Or even like this. Oh, it might be clinging. At least a little bit. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have it be clinging. Down here, it could be more slack, but I'm just gonna say that this is like one of those rubber bands that will just kind of fit the form of whatever you're clinging it to. So, not going to 100% cling to the skin, but getting as close as possible. And this is just the like weirdness of our arm, where I really should be pulling this over here and then adjusting for that, because our arm wasn't very circular around those parts. So not going to worry about that too much. That's close enough to where it needs to be. I do want it to be more like this though. Try and match the shape a little bit better. Yeah, that's good. So that's also the same purple. And then we've got like the kind of color I think I would have used for the earrings, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. So I'm going to clone this one and rotate on the y-axis until we have... Will I maybe be able to mirror it? Wouldn't that be better? Yeah, X mirror actually works pretty nice. Scale it up because it's going to be on top over here. And then real quick adjust for somewhat skin tightness. If it's top there, it's going to be top here as well. That's what I choose to believe. And I'm going to give this the other purple and see what that actually looks like. Yeah, that is a different enough purple to where the point gets across. It's not the same color as we want, but we're going to fix that later. So there's going to be 28 wristbands and rendered. That looks good. If we do this, that still looks good. And I think we are done with modeling. Until I find something wrong. But for now, we are done with modeling. Yeah, until we're able to like do the skin indentation over there as well. And any other things that I wasn't able to do yet, but will be able to do after we start applying modifiers. So, it's going to be texturing time then, which we are going to be crossing into some new territory. I'm going to have to display capture for this one because there is zero chance I would be able to remember to switch between Clip Studio and Blender every time I make any level of adjustment. So I'm not going to texture too much today, but I'm going to get started because the other thing about texturing is going to be that it might be the one thing where I work off stream. That will depend slightly on how fast I'm able to texture. Because unlike modeling, texturing is going to be one of those things where, at least the way I texture, I don't have a singular artistic bone in my body. So texturing to me is not at a very art form level at the moment. So I found a simple method that works for me, and I've been sticking to that method and haven't really tried anything else. So texturing, what I'm going to be able to show off is going to be just the same couple techniques over and over and over, but with different colors and on different pieces of clothing or body. So depending on, I'm not going to end texturing after this session because I'm planning on doing just a couple of bits this session. I'm going to have one session dedicated to texturing, and then depending on how that goes and how fast I'm able to work, and just how I feel about it, I might work on the texturing off stream as well, to not stretch this out to like 20 hours of texturing and it's just the same 2 or 3 techniques and tips. But we'll get to that point after the actual like dedicated texturing session. So with texturing you can start anywhere, doesn't matter. Just pick a part you like and roll with it. But what I like to do is I like to do the face first. Face and eyes. And again, that kind of boils down to, if you're working with PES in mind, if this were to be an aesthetics request, which it isn't, I'm doing this as a personal project and aesthetics are very much secondary to everything. But if this were an aesthetics request, I'd want to have the head done as quickly as possible. I might have textured the head before even moving on to the body, because at least the head's going to be usable. Like, if it ends up that deadline comes and goes and you're still working, at least the head can be put on a generic body wearing a kit and that will be fine. Whereas if you start modeling with the body, you're going to end up with a body but no head. So that's kind of my thought process here. And even for like completely personal projects that are not done with the purpose of them being in PES, even though they might end up used in PES at some point, I'm doing them for my own, like, learning purposes, reps purposes, maintaining just a level of proficiency, and then just for fun. Modeling for fun. Even in those cases, I start with the head. So this is going to be about 50% of your texturing success is going to be down to UV unwrapping. So this is going to be a important part about texturing. So one disclaimer I should have first is, if you despise UV unwrapping, if you hate it completely, look into Substance Painter. Or even if you're fine with UV unwrapping, but you just want an actual 3D texturing software and not a 2D digital art software that you're using in the way it wasn't intended for, which is what I do, look into Substance Painter or anything similar. New Blender, and technically 2.79 as well, although I've never been able to get it working, has a texture paint mode as well. And the point of texture paint mode and Substance Painter in general is that you can texture on top of your model. You can draw on top of your 3D model. And that's incredibly powerful. And as a result, you can have a UV map that looks like this. And the software, be it Blender or Subpaint or something else, is going to be able to do all of the figuring out where all of that texture is going to be going in the actual texture image for you. I don't use Substance Painter. I should. I really should. It would make life so much easier. But I don't. And my main reason for using Substance Painter is that I don't want to sit down and learn. I want to work, and I don't want to sit down and learn another new piece of software. Especially one that you have to acquire. So I've been putting that one off, and will keep on putting that one off for the foreseeable future. Another reason is I despise Substance Painter textures. They're just bad. Because if you have a UV map like this, I recently had to work with one of these for an aesthetic request, and it broke me. If you have a texture like this, where, let's see, there's a face, and then let's say there's a face. Am I able to find some disconnections here? So, okay, where are you? Okay, yeah. These, okay. So, these faces over here are very clearly connected, but in the UV map, they are disconnected. So if I wanted to have, let's say I wanted to paint on eyebrows, I'd paint them on over here, just fine. But then in the UV map and then in the texture, the eyebrows would end up being split between this face and this face. So it would start over here and end over here. Now imagine that for something like a complex piece of clothing, let's say a jacket, for example. All the pieces are going to be like scattered across the UV map. And then when the request is something along the lines, oh, could you please color this part of the jacket, let's say color everything that is green, make that black, and everything that is black by default, make that white. And all of the bits that are black and white and green and so on are split everywhere in the UV map. There's no rhyme or reason where they actually are, because someone made that texture in Substance Painter and didn't bother actually smartly UV unwrapping by hand. I just hate lazy textures and lazy UV maps, and that's something that you get away with when you're using Substance Painter. So by all means, this is not meant to be like never ever use Substance Painter. It's going to make your life easier if you learn Substance Painter instead of what I'm about to do. But you get a more in-depth understanding of texturing and UV unwrapping specifically if you follow this method. And even the UV maps that we end up with, even though you like UV unwrap your every piece of your model, like your head and so on, perfectly, you can still take those really good UV maps and take them to Substance Painter and get the best of both worlds. You're going to know how to UV unwrap, and you're going to have a pleasing looking texture that other people are able to work with, but then you also get the benefit of using Substance Painter. But I'm going to be showing the method that I use, which is UV unwrapping. And this is like a classic MMD method from what I understand, despite never having done MMD, where you take your UV map, you UV unwrap your mesh, you take your UV map and put it in a 2D art software. So that could be anything from an image editor like GIMP or Photoshop to any actual 2D art software, being like Paint Tool, Sai, Krita, Clip Studio Paint, whatever people use. I use Clip Studio Paint because it's what I've seen other people use, and it's what I was able to download brushes for. So I'm going to undo this UV unwrap here. If I can, I might not be able to. Okay, I am. I'm able to. I'm going to hide everything except our head. And then I'm going to go down to a singular subsurf on our head. That will nuke about 10,000 triangles already. And the only thing I want to change is that the nose should not be as pointy. And once again, you can see that double subsurf makes things look so much nicer when we're actually doing the modeling work and getting things bent into the right shapes and so on. But then once we're done, we can go back to just a singular subsurf. And we don't lose much, and everything that we lose, we can get back with good texturing. So those 10,000 triangles that we add over here are not worth the amount of detail that we supposedly gain. So now we can apply our modifiers. I'm going to apply our mirror first, because you could UV unwrap the head like this. You can pretty clearly see that, okay, that's the eye socket and that's the ear, but this is just one half of the head. That's completely viable, especially for models like this where there's a lot of symmetry. Apart from that, that's a mole, so we wouldn't be able to do that here. We have to be able to paint that mole on, so we wouldn't be able to have our texture be mirrored as well. But if you have facial symmetry that extends to the texture as well, you're going to be able to... Oh, there it is. you're going to be able to do this. Just UV unwrap while your mirror is still active. And what that does is basically this here acts as a seam. So you get just one side of it mirrored. And then, like, let's say I select the eye socket over here. Well, you can't really see, but it's only selected one part of the UV map, so anything we paint over here will be reflected on both sides. I wouldn't be able to do that here anyway, because there's the mole over there. But I just kind of don't like mirrored face UVs anyway. So for any head I do, I will apply my mirror, even if it were to have texture level symmetry. And then this is personal preference, but where I like to place my seams, which seams are going to be what tells Blender how to split your UV map, how to unwrap your model. So if I mark seam over here, because I want the eye sockets to be their own section of the UV map, and if I now were to unwrap, you can see that we have our eye sockets over here, and then we've got our head over here. Our head has not come out very well, so we're going to need to add more seams to be able to unwrap it more nicely. Another seam I like to add is going to be here. That's our mouth. If I unwrap now, we have our mouth. It's not a very ideal UV, but it doesn't need to be for something that's going to be hidden. And then we've got our eye sockets, and then we've got our head, where we're kind of able to see details now, because that's the mouth. Those are going to be the ears, and that's like the top of the head. But that's still not ideal. How can we improve this? Well, for one, we can go in about somewhere over here and isolate our ear. And have to do that on the other side as well. Mark seam. If we unwrap now, our ears have appeared over here. But I'm not quite happy with that yet. Because if I select the front of the ear, it's going to be like over there. And then I select the back of the ear, and there's like no clear definition. I don't exactly know where the front and the back are going to be if I'm just looking at it like this. But I'm going to revisit that once I'm able to apply our subsurf, so that I have more detail to add seams. And then the final seam I like to add is going to be going around the chin. Over to the top of the head, and all the way around following the chin again. Mark that as a seam, and then now if I unwrap, actually I don't, no, maybe that's going to be fine. Now if I unwrap, we have the back of our head over here, the front of our head over here, so that's going to be our face. Then we have one ear, another ear, eye socket, and mouth. And that's the basic setup I like to use. So now, our UVs look a little bit rough, but if I apply our subsurf, they gain a lot more detail. And now I'm going to be able to go over here and select just this nice little middle loop of the ear all the way around, and do that on the other side as well. Like so. Mark seam. And then have our final unwrap. And now we have face, back of the head, eye socket and eye socket, ear front, ear back, and ear front, ear back, and mouth. Now, from experience, another thing, like this would be fine as far as like seaming goes. Another thing I'd like to add to this specific texture though would be at least our eyelashes. Because eventually I want to be able to add shape keys to this model. And the way shape keys work is anything that a shape key changes is going to have to be on the same mesh. So I'd like to have the eyelashes be in our face texture as well. Maybe the eyebrows even. So let's say we want all of these in the same texture atlas. So first of all, I'm going to have to set this up a little bit more nicely, because we've got a lot of wasted space over here, and this doesn't really make any sense. We don't need the back of our head with not a whole lot of detail to be the same size in our UV map as the front of our head, our face, which is going to have the most detail. So I'm kind of going to grab things around a little bit and make room for our face, which I want to be by far the biggest thing on our UV map. I'm going to tuck it in over there. The back of the head doesn't really need any kind of detail other than shading. I want to be able to have the shadow line go somewhere over here, so I'm going to have it be a little bit bigger than just being a tiny speck over there. But compared to our face, it can be fairly small. I want the eye sockets, first of all, to kind of overlap, because they're not going to have any definition. Actually, just in case I want to add like the eye socket shadow line, I'm going to have them be separate things, but they're going to live over there. They're going to be tiny. The mouth, similarly, can just be a tiny speck over there. For the ears, I would like for them to be a little bit bigger, because even though right now we have this nice detail around the ear and the little bump and so on, all of that's going to disappear if we ever go to shadeless. So I want to be able to add all of that detail back at a texture level. But I also, just as a personal preference, like to have these be facing the same way. So here we can see that the inner side of the ear is facing to the left in our UV map. But if I go here to the other side, the inner side is facing to the outside of our texture. So I want to mirror it so that now they are facing the same way. And that's just something that's going to make things a little bit nicer to work with for me. And the backs of the ears are the same kind of deal as the other pieces over here. They can be just tiny little specks over there, because they're not going to have that much detail. So that's our face UV, or head UV rather, as it stands right now. So I'm going to have... There's no modifiers here anymore. And then I want the eyebrows and the eyelashes to be a part of this UV as well. So they're going to have to be joined to our head model temporarily. So I'm going to unwrap our eyelashes. That works just fine. Doesn't need any seams. And that can be mirrored because there's no texture difference between the eyelashes. The texture's going to be mirrored as well. So this is fine. But then I need to figure out where to put it over here. And for that purpose, I'm going to apply our mirror. The double subsurf doesn't really add too much in dry count over here, and it makes our eyelashes look a lot better. So I'm going to leave this as a double subsurf. I don't want to apply the solidify yet, but I also can't leave the solidify on because the head doesn't have solidify. So you can't see this, but I'm opening... I've got a Notepad++ instance. Just open. And in here, I'm going to write myself some memos. So eyelashes 0.003, and that's the level of solidify they had. I'm going to remove the solidify, and I'm going to have to apply the smooth as well. So now we have our nice eyelashes UV, and we can join our eyelashes to our head. And now we can figure out where this goes. there's a nice little slot for it over here. And that's where it's going to live. Do the same for the eyebrows. Apply the mirror. Apply our double subsurf because, as you can see, minimal impact. It's 500 triangles, I guess, but still. That's minimal enough impact for me. So apply our subsurf. And then our solidify for the eyebrows is going to be 001. So delete our solidify, join them to our face, and they can just kind of be tucked in over here. And that's the UV map for the entirety of our head. So now, here's how I start texturing. I've got the node editor open here from when I was setting up the transparent material for the sleeves. And that's what we're going to be using here as well. So we have 4 materials for our combined head thing over here. I'm going to add a new image. We're going to make this 4096 by 4096. And my justification for that is going to be the more detail you're able to get, the better. So the bigger your image that you're texturing, the better. You can always scale down, but when you're drawing your texture, you want to go as high res as possible. I wouldn't go to 8K, but I like working with 4K and then scaling that down if need be. So just add that. Then in our node editor, I'm going to have one of our materials selected and add texture, image texture. Find our untitled, our new image that we added. Just have the node floating over here. I'm going to copy this node and move it and paste it to all of our materials for the piece of the model that we're working with. Then I'm going to set all of these shaders to be emission, and this is going to be the shadeless shader for Blender. All of these to emission, and if I go to a material preview, you can see that all of our shading has disappeared. And what this lets us do is we can now bake our base color. So I'm going to go to our bake menu, or render menu rather, and all the way at the bottom we're going to have bake over here. All of these settings by default are fine. I don't want to be in edit mode. And then just click on bake. No valid selected object. I need to have my object selected. And then click bake. It's 4K. So even though we have no shadow data anywhere, this is going to take a while. So usually this is about the time when I check my threads and splits on VT and all of that and just look away for a second. This would be so much worse because there's another way of doing this. If you want to retain all of that shadow data, then you could leave all of your materials as Toon BSDF, and that would be fine as well. You'd end up with actual shadow data and shading in your base texture that you can then draw on top of. But I just kind of prefer this way. Just adding the shading myself. And if you were to leave your materials as Toon, this step would take, instead of a minute or two, this might take several minutes. This might take 10 minutes, tens of minutes. I have no idea. At that point, I would maybe recommend going down to 2048 by 2048 for your base textures and just kind of working with smaller amounts of detail. Like having maybe a separate texture for just the front of the head, just for the face. Not adding your eyelashes and eyebrows to your head texture and those kinds of things. Because again, all Blender is really doing right now is, and this is something that we kind of would have been able to do on our own in an image editor, is Blender is just putting down solid colors where the UV map is. So again, just kind of waiting. In the meantime, I'm gonna rearrange things on my desk a little bit. I need to like find a place to put my phone and all of that. I've also kind of decided that the one thing I'm going to be texturing this session is going to be the head, like to the point where I might not even finish the head this session because sitting here is my back is actually just dead. Sitting here is not making it any better. I'm going to get my tablet now, my drawing screen. So, been on the floor since the sculpting demo. But for this, I'm going to be using the screen again. And you can texture without a tablet or a screen. That's completely fine. You don't even really, like, if you just want to model, you don't even really need to texture. Like, okay, for this character over here, texture is going to be necessary because you can't do this reasonably at a mesh level. You can't do that with materials. Same for this. That would need so much detail in the mesh that it would be impractical. You'd end up with hundreds of, like, my goal for this is going to be 100 to maybe 150,000 triangles. If you wanted to do that kind of texture at a mesh level, you'd end up at like 500,000, let's say, and that's unreasonable. That's like sculpting and 3D printing levels of triangles. But most of this, if you ignore these more complex things, most of this you could do by just having solid colors and outlines. So texturing is not necessary, but it just makes your model look that much nicer and that much more professional. So I'm moving my keyboard to the side, still just filling dead air while this thing renders out. And then, I mean, I guess I can open Clip Studio, actually. CSP is one of those things that takes a little bit to open. And I think, yeah, our base texture is done. This is what it looks like. So, again, if you wanted to, you could do this. UV, export UV layout, and then just fill in the solid colors yourself. That would be faster, simpler. So you can do that. I just kind of like having Blender do it for me, get an even thickness around the UV map for everything I want. And it's just a nice break when you're working on a model for a long time to just have kind of sort yourself out and prepare for the next section. So for this one, I'm going to image, save as image. I'm going to make a new folder called X and call this head baked.png. Same thing here. UV, export UV layout, X and UV head. That's going to take a little bit longer because there's more detail to be, like transparency in PNG is a bit annoying. So now I can go back in here, set my materials back to toon, except for sockets, they're going to stay emission. Make that toon and make these toon. Unhide everything else as well. And then, now I'm going to see if I can switch to my display capture. Yeah. And let's see. Yeah, there's Clip Studio Paint. So I'm going to have go over here. First of all, what I want to do is I want to grab our reference over here and drag it in. And this is mostly going to be, I'm going to drag this to my other monitor in a second, but this is mostly for, one, reference on the other monitor, and two, just for color picking. So I can go in easily in CSP and just pick a color. I've also remembered Wacom tablet properties. Well, there's no device connected because it's not turned on. Now it is. Wacom tablet properties. This needs to be keystroke key. That was still set to my sculpting setup. And if you have a tablet, in my stylus, I've got one button, and I've got that button set to my most used keystroke that is difficult to reach on my keyboard that I've got to the left of my tablet, and that's P for the brush. So I'm going to take my reference here, and you will never see it again because I've dragged it to the other monitor. Now, this is a bit of a problem though, because my other monitor is already cluttered with OBS and the SciTube chat, so I guess I can just make a thin strip over there. It needs to be a little bit wider. So I'm going to need to make OBS a little bit smaller if I can. Okay, it's as small as OBS goes. I need a third screen if this is going to continue. Like, if there's ever a Series 2, I need a third screen. But yeah, I've got my reference on the other side now. So, yeah, it's a shame Twitch doesn't have seeking like YouTube. If you wanted to, you could go to like the Twitch page and then slash videos. I think the VOD should be like automatically appearing there, so that's kind of the scuffed way to rewind. But that also doesn't like auto update. You can't come back to the present. You'd have to go back to the like stream page. But yeah, it's crazy that Twitch don't have like DVR yet. But now in my main Clip Studio window, I'm going to be dragging in. I wonder if I've got anything unsavory here. No. I don't know why I've got Kana open there, but yeah, no, you can you can see that it's VT League Aesthetics request season. I want to go to text and grab my texture and my UV and bring them in here. I'm going to copy my UV and paste it in here as a separate layer. I'm going to add a new raster layer and clip it to the layer below. Now, there's a couple ways to go about this. My usual starting point would be starting to outline things in texture. But if I go to Blender for a second, there's nothing really in the head to outline. I could maybe outline the eyelashes and the eyebrows, but they're already like very dark anyway. It started raining outside. Might be a thunderstorm where I do one. So might get loud. But yeah, there's only one thing that I might want to outline in the face, and that would be the lashes and the brows. I'm not going to do that for now. But for something like the hair, for example, the first thing I would do is I would roughly outline the entire thing, and that gives it like a nice little amount of depth. Can't do that for the head though. So for the head, my usual starting point then would be, I'm going to start by adding in our blush. So you can't see on the other screen, but I'm going in my reference and zooming in and just grabbing like a color of, you can see the color changing. Like if I select the eye, for example, it's changing towards the left. So just grab a blush over here somewhere. If I make it a little bit darker than just skin color, something like this. I'm going to go to Blender, and this is where the benefits of Substance Painter really come in. I'm going to be doing this repeatedly. Going to Blender, seeing actually where the place I want to paint is. So the blush is going to be somewhere around here. Zoom in on our UV map, see that, okay, those faces are the ones that are going to be where I want to paint. Switch back to Clip Studio, and this is why I'm in display capture mode, because I would never remember to switch between the two. Switch to our brush. Disclaimer about these. I was terrible at texturing and shading before. For the previous model I did, I forced myself to learn the most basic things, and if you know 2D art already, if you know shading already, all of this is going to be very elementary, babby level things for you, and you do you. Just translate your 2D skills to this. This is just 2D art. This is shading, this is adding detail. You already know this, and you don't need to learn anything from me. But if you're someone that has never done any level of digital art yourself, this is the hacky, quick way I was able to get decent at texturing. So, these brushes that I'm going to be using are going to be rough shading, and then if I press J, blur 3. These are not default Clip Studio Paint brushes, and I don't know if analogs for these exist in other digital arts software. They probably do. I wouldn't know how to translate these. I downloaded these off the internet, and I will this is going to be something I have linked as a resource for when this goes up on Blender tutorials. I myself don't exactly remember where I got these, but if you just look up on YouTube something like Clip Studio Paint shading tutorial, that's where I found these. So these are going on the wiki as soon as possible. Let's say whenever I'm putting this VOD up on YouTube, I will have these brushes, or at least links to where to get these brushes for free on the wiki. And these, turns out, the reason I couldn't like texture and shade at all was about 75% skill issue and 25% just using the wrong brushes. And these brushes work nice. So we kind of figured out that where we want our blush to be is going to be roughly in this kind of a section. So I'm gonna... It's a shame there's no screencast keys for Clip Studio Paint. I'm gonna try and kind of commentate what I'm doing. Control, Alt, and then this is very hard to like, this is all muscle memory, so it's very hard to commentate. Control and Alt, and then clicking and dragging your stylus or mouse, it's going to change your brush size. So Control Alt, and then drag. So I want a bigger brush, and I want to very generously coat this area. Just add like a comical level of like cartoon blush over there. Just really red cheeks. And this is a color I picked from the reference image. But again, if you know 2D art, or if you understand colors better than I do, you might be able to fiddle with the colors bottom left and come up with a more natural, nicer, better looking base color for the blush. But I color pick just about everything I do. Then I'm going to switch with J to my blend tool, which is going to be blur 3. That's another one of those brushes I downloaded. And I'm going to give this a very solid blending. Like a very solid blending. Because if you... I'm going to drag this over just once. If you look at the character, there's not a whole lot of blush. Like there's the... Make my fig a little bit smaller so I can point. There's this kind of like waviness that I'm going to add later. But the base layer of blush is not very strong. So I want to start very soft. Just putting my reference back where it needs to be. And so that's our like base. That's still a little bit too strong for my liking, but I'm going to start with this. That's our base level of blush. This is something I had to set up a keystroke for myself, but I've got Control-Shift-E set to export single layer, so as a PNG. I'm going to call this head.png, save with the default settings, go to Blender, and our material. I can actually delete all of this, except for sockets. I want to keep sockets as a separate thing. Delete both of those. And in our material settings surface over here, click on that. Image texture. Open. Text head.png. Now we've got some blush. I'm not sure why... Oh, our eyelashes and brows are also part of sockets now, so assign them over here instead. And then this is why I have my sockets as a separate material. They don't need to be shaded like this. So I'm going to take our sockets again over here. Control L. This is very difficult because my keyboard's only usable to my left hand at the moment. And assign these back to sockets. And then for the sake of it, give our sockets our head.png texture as well. So now we've got some blush, and if I go to rendered mode, you can see the blush a little bit better. I also, if I go to a frontal view, that doesn't happen. So I actually want this here, and then the counterpart on the other side. This should have been done when I still had mirror. I want these to be pulled up, so that we don't have any of the actual like eye sockets / eye whites poking through. Like this. So we've got some blush. I'm actually happy with the blush intensity, kinda. But it needs to be spread a lot further. It's once again going to be difficult to like convey this because I don't want to keep on pulling. Well, okay, I guess what I can do is hopefully I can go here. Can I grab this? No, I can't. I have to do the other one. I'm going to have the reference also be here so that you can see a little bit more clearly. And I can also keep it on the scaled up reference on my other monitor to be able to see myself without having to tab in over here. So the blush spreads more towards the nose and around the eyes than we have it right now. This is the reference, and this is our model. It needs to spread all the way across here. So more to the left. Back here, I'm going to paint on a little bit more of the blush. More like over here. And then I'm going to switch to my blur. I'm going to blur. Just have it nice and spread again. And by now, you are a master of my texturing technique. I put in a very rough layer of shading, and then I blur. So not Control S, but Control Shift E to export. And I'm going to save overhead.png. I'm going to go back to Blender once it's done. It is actually done saving. So I'm going to go over here. Open our head.png in our UV editor. And now it has spread a little bit further. Our blush. It doesn't need to go as far down, I don't think. So I am going to go to Clip Studio. Switch to our eraser with E. And erase. And then blur the hard edge. So I'm going to call that a decent start already. But I do need a new layer and have it be clipped as well. I do need a layer for the nose. That'll be a better reference of where I'm actually going with the blush. And the nose dot is going to be around here. Yeah, the rotating canvas is really cool. I forgot to mention that how that works is it's a little bit far down. More like this. I'm holding R when I'm doing that. So the nose is going to be somewhere around here, about the middle of that selection. So you can see these two faces over here kind of scrunch together. So I know that it's going to be in the middle of these two. Again, Substance Painter would be so much nicer. You could just paint the nose on the model. But I'm stubborn, and I choose to restrict myself to Clip Studio Paint. So we found out where our nose is. I'm going to go to my reference on the other monitor and pick a color for the nose. It's kind of brown, reddish brown, but it doesn't always need to be black. The brackets scale my brush size down by step, you can see on the left. So I want this to be about maybe 10. And it needs to be about here. So I'm just going to draw that on. That's a little bit too thick. What I want is, let's say it's 6 there instead. I'm going to click in one spot and then shift click in another spot. And that's going to draw a straight line. I'm going to export it this way, head.png. Save that. Go to our Blender window, Alt-R, and now we have our nose line. So if I render, we have that little bit more definition. So is our blush extending far enough? If it's difficult to see anything ever because of the shading from Blender, you can always go and set this to emission, and all of a sudden you can now see much better. So I want to extend the blush further to the right side as well. So back to Clip Studio. I'm going to reset my rotation down here. Make sure that I'm on my blush layer. Another thing that I'm doing here is if you keep some of the sub-menus and tools are going to be bound to the same keystroke. So if I press P, I get brought, let's say I'm in Blur, J. If I press P, I get brought to Pencil. If I press P again, I get brought to... Well, if I press P, I get brought to Pen. If I press it again, I go to Pencil/Pastel. Same works for G, for Gradient or Fill. And there's others as well, like B for brush, airbrush, and so on. So sometimes when I've got my pen already selected and press my P button, it sends me to Pastel that I never use. But I want this to extend... That's the wrong color. I think that's the wrong color as well. I need to re-pick my blush over there. And I want this to be... extended about over here. That might be a little bit too hard. So I'm gonna erase a little bit and then just blur again. I want a little bit more detail over there. And export to see it in Blender. It's hard to see, but I'd spread a little bit further again. And then now is about the time I would want to add the little squiggly line of blush as well, or the little stripes of blush. So stay at pen. Go down to a smaller brush, let's say about 20. add in a new layer. I'm going to just kind of very softly draw these on. A little bit too thin for my liking, so I'll make that a 30 instead. Something like that, and then I'm going to give them a little bit of soft eraser instead of blur. Could get the same effect by adjusting the layer transparency, but I'd rather do it this way. And then export and see how that looks in Blender. It's barely visible over there, and they look more like scratches than the kind of blush I'm going for. So I will undo this. I'm going to have a thicker brush still. Let's make it a 50. Going to draw a squiggle like that instead. And this time give it a blur. And export. I'm happier with that. Not too visible, but again, if we go to emission, you can see it a lot better. So I will leave it like that for now. And then we've only done one side, but the one good thing we can do here is I'm going to name this blush and name this nose. I'm going to take our little squiggle over there and I'm going to merge with layer below. I'm going to duplicate this layer. And you can see that's an easy way to add intensity to your blush afterwards. If I were to export this now, the blush would be a lot more visible if I wanted to. Something like this. I think that's a little bit too intense, especially if I zoom out. So that was not my intention. I duplicated this so that I could K for move. And then with Shift held, left arrow key over to about where it needs to be on the other side. Then edit, transform, and flip horizontal. Okay. And then kind of line it up where the other one is. So like this part of the squiggle is about around that vert. That's the counterpart, and our squiggle is a little bit beyond it. So I am going to move that layer to about where it lines up. And then hide our UV map. Export our head. Okay. And Alt-R. And now we have a nice blush on both sides. Could be smoothed out a bit still, but because now it is still a fairly aggressive blush. What I could do is go over here. I'm going to merge this down to our blush as well. So we have a singular layer for our blush. And drop this to about, let's say 80%. Export, head, yes. You can probably see why texturing takes me such a long time. Alt-R, and that's a smoother, fainter blush. Zooming in to make sure that the squiggle is still visible. It kinda is. It's not as visible as I would like it to be, but we can add more of a squiggle later on. So I'm going to do the mole next. We can see in the reference that it's about here. So I want to scout out the position of that mole. It is here. The closest vert is going to be here. It's going to be between these two vertices. So I will be able to recognize that because it has 5 edges starting from it. And then it's going to be between this one and the one to its left. So going to grab a color. I'm not going to grab a color. That's going to be the same color as the nose. So I'm going to add it to the nose layer as well. X switches between foreground and background color. And if you want, C switches between foreground color and transparency. Or colors in general and transparency. So he was somewhere around here. So as a test, I'm going to draw one over here. He needs to be smoother. If you really want, you could do something like just poke and hold, and that makes a nice and perfect circle. I want it to blend a little bit. It's not going to be, like, the edge of it is not going to be that rough. That has no anti-aliasing at all. So I'm going to take my blur and give it a little bit of a blur. And then if I export, head, okay. And Alt-R, we now have our mole. I think it's about the same size as... It could be a little bit bigger. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So let's say I want it to be about a 50 instead. Maybe a 60. Poke here. That's a little bit too big. You can see the pressure sensitivity acting over there. That's one of the cool things about, if you can, having a drawing screen or a tablet. Anything pressure sensitive is going to make things that much easier for you. And again, mine is by no means any like state-of-the-art new thing. I got this thing for €50 from the sister of a friend, because that friend's entire family are just graphical designers and artists. So even though they only go through one of these, let's say every 5 to 10 years, and this one's about 15 years old, I'm not doing anything very serious. It serves its purpose just fine. Like, if I had infinite money, I'd buy a better one, just to have a bigger screen, better, like, color accuracy and brightness, and then also not be limited to a, like, 560p kind of resolution, I think, and have some other interface than VGA and DVI. But it does its job, so, and that's really all I care about. So much nicer working like this than working with a mouse, or working with a drawing tablet that doesn't have a screen. So Alt-R, and that's a little bit bigger. And if I go to rendered, it just looks that much nicer. The nose line could be blended a little bit as well, so I'm just going to go quickly do that. It's easy to overblend. Like, if I were to do, well, blur in this case, easy to overblur. If I were to do, like, whoops, all of our details gone. But if you give it, again, pressure sensitivity, very nice. If you give it just a nice little light touch of our blurring, and then save, we end up with something more like this. And then just like this, the most basic thing possible, just adding a little bit of blush, a nose, and a mole over there, has already given our character, well, more character. The eyes are going to be a shocker as well. It's crazy how much they add. I don't want to delete anything. I want to hide a little bit of the hair so that we can see the next thing we're about to do. Oh, and by the way, now that we've actually made our base texture and we've got our UV map and all of that, I can go in here, select lashes, separate by selection, doesn't need the sockets material, and then I can add my, yeah, you can see this now as well. Eyelashes 003, eyebrows 001. Modify, solidify, 003, and separate these as well. Selection, modifier, solidify 001. Because we applied the other modifiers. This is poking through a little bit. So bring that to the front. And I'm going to have to do the same on the other side. Just like so. And then the next thing I'm going to do is if we go... just after here, I'm going to delete the sockets material from that as well, because it's not going to be using the sockets. Next thing I'm going to do is, if you look at the ref sheet really closely, and this is going to be more apparent in other ref sheets that don't have bangs that cover up most of this, but we're going to draw on the starting point of our eyelids. So there's going to be, if I use my stylus as a pointer again, this right here and this right here is going to add a lot of detail and definition to around our eyes. It's going to be where our eyelids start. And then most characters you're going to be working with are going to have some level of like makeup over here, like some level of eyeshadow. So I'm going to add a little bit of emulated blush over there as well. And then this bit here, we could add as well the little bit of like light reflection around the nose. So I'm going to start with our eyelids. So for that, I'm going to once again go here and see that, okay, it's going to be about this kind of an area where it starts. I'm looking at the reference on my, I can't click it, the hides blender. Kind of looking at the reference on my other monitor to see that it doesn't even go over there. Not necessarily. It probably should. Yeah, it should. And that's kind of the area where it flows. So from here, around here, over there. So it's not the innermost loop, but rather the second one. And it starts over here and kind of follows the top of this loop. So back to Clip Studio Paint. I'm going to add another layer. Have this be underneath the nose, but above the blush. And call this lids. Make sure that it's clipping. And what the clipping does is, if I do this, you can see that it only colors the area of the layer that all of these layers are clipped to, being our base texture. So this makes things a little bit easier. You don't have to worry about, even if you were to color over the lines here, it would end up in space that is not utilized by your model, which would be fine. But I just like to keep things a little bit neater and cleaner by clipping onto the base section that we baked. So, zoom in real good and unhide our UV map that we exported. And then I'm going to go down to like a 30. Too thick. 20. Start here and like follow along over there. Or start here, follow along over there. Something like this. So we can take a look at how that looks in Blender to see if that's aligned properly. It could be further up. Maybe. This needs to be further up. This is fine. This may be a little bit too far up, but it needs to go more like this. So now that I know that, I can adjust for it by drawing another kind of a line, except I know that this needs to go more like this and this. With a hard eraser instead of a sharp soft. How you switch between subtools is going to be with dot moving down and comma moving up. So I'll do that a lot as well. And then hard erase. any of the things that we don't want. And then kind of try and redraw things that we do want. It would be so much easier to just do it like... Come on. Flip. Do it like this if I could. Yeah, okay. I'm going to try and see with this instead. See what I was able to draw it anywhere close to what I want. Yeah, so that's going to be more like what I want. I still think it should be further up over here, though, because if you look here, yeah, much steeper. More like this. Once again, it's good over here, but it needs to go closer to the edge of this loop. So, again, use this as a kind of a guideline, or rather, I'm just going to use our UV map. So more like this. That's going to be too far up, but I want to see how that looks compared to my previous attempts. And again, this is where like actual digital art skills would come to play. If you... That's actually not half bad. If you were just able to sketch out several of these, and then figure out which one of those you want, erase the others, and let's just kind of like digital art progress your way through that. So I want this to be more like this. So this is something I'm going to be able to patch as well. Get all in there. And then connect those. Make the ending here a little bit more appealing. And no one will be able to tell. That was actually two pieces that I connected together. So now that should be about decent. Yeah, I'm going to be happy with that. So it's of course not going to be this sharp. So now I'm going to delete this attempt over here. So erase, big erase, and just get rid of it. Back to this layer. This needs to be blurred. Not too hard though. So I'm going to want to zoom in and go down to something like, I don't know, 30. Bigger. Do a 50. And just kind of carefully, it doesn't have to be uniform. Parts of it can be more blended than others. But I'm trying to mainly make it less sharp, more natural. There's not going to be that many sharp transitions in a body. So maybe something like this. I might need to actually blur it instead of just smoothing it. Yeah, not ideal. I want it to be spread around a lot more. Maybe I should have used a bigger brush for the actual thing itself. Doing very soft, wide strokes here. Okay, that's the thickness I want. So now I'm going to use this trick. So duplicate. Let's say duplicate again. Merge and merge. Still don't like the blurriness of it though. It needs to be more even. Yeah, I'm going to undo to... Usually this part doesn't give me that much trouble. I guess I'm just going to single stroke, get it over with. Kind of like this. And then dupe. Dupe. That might be too strong. It's definitely not that wide. I'm going to try to instead make this more faint. How about a 30? Okay, that is better, but it needs to be thicker. So I'm going to give blur another try. Just a really hard blur. I'm pressing as hard as I dare on the tablet. And then I can bump up the visibility here. Still leaves a line in the middle. So what if I were to do that again? It's really the line. And this, for comparison, would look something like this. So that's too blurred. So I guess then what I need to do is drop my brush size. And again, try and do this in one stroke. And then one stroke back. Okay, that's what I want, but just not as faint. How about 100? Yeah, that's it. It's not 100% accurate. It's too faint, but I mean, I'm gonna fall back to saying that I'm not a 2D artist. I'm a 3D modeler, not an artist. So this is what you get. And then what's gonna make it look a little bit nicer still is if I grab that. I'm gonna merge this down. Actually, not yet. Not yet. So I'm gonna be duplicating later. Underneath, I'm going to add our kind of like proto eyeshadow. So I want this connected about over there. And about over there. I'm going to paint the entire thing. Oh yeah, that's a problem. It's kind of semi-transparent, so I'm going to need to erase from underneath it. Kind of fill in all of this. Then erase around a couple of places. So I want to erase around... Not that hard. I want to erase around the actual eye socket. To make smoothing... blurring things a little bit easier. And then I want to erase from underneath our eyelid definition here. Actually, no, that's pointless for now, because I'm going to be hitting this with a blur anyway. And the blur is going to spread it everywhere. So do something like this. Just, again, a very, very harsh blur. That actually solves the problem of it going underneath the eyelid for me. In the not many days it has been since sculpting, my tablet has also collected some dust, so I keep like Going over specks of dust with the stylus. Yeah, if I do erase over here, it's not going to get much done. So export this, see how it looks like, and then adjust based on how it looks like. Yeah, definitely don't want it anywhere near here. So I need to erase. Let's say about here on the right layer. Good not. Oh yeah, because that's going to be blush. There's my blush. There. Want to erase about here. And then for my eyeshadow, not that, it's this. Erase around here. And give these edges a smoother blur. It's the eyeshadow. And this is the blush. And give them a smoother blur to avoid them spreading right back to where we erased. I'm going to try and not get any blur over here. I want to give the detail of the squiggle. And then export. And then there's nice separation between the blush and the eyeshadow. So I'm happy with that. And then now what we can do is the same thing we did for our blush, which is for this lids again. Well, we have lids here, but I don't know exactly what that is. Like, do you have any content? No. So I guess I can delete this. Nothing disappeared, so I assume so, because that's definitely our lids, and this is definition. So merge with layer below, duplicate, and with K and Shift and the arrow key, move it to the other side. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Okay. And then in our UV map, we can see that. That's a nice little reference point. So I want it to be like this. And now it's on both sides. From here, I can see that it's kind of harsh around here. I want that to be a lot smoother. So I am going to, first of all, merge our lids copy down so that all of the lids texture is going to be in the same layer. And with our blur 3, that doesn't do much, so I'm going to use the blend tool instead. And that'll really get rid of it. I even want to erase here a little bit so that we don't go too far. Same for the blush. I kind of want it ending about there. Back to our blur 3. And then the other side. So I want that erased. I want about this erased. Blur that. And blur this, and then give it a blend as well to like really get it in there. Okay, that blend just kind of made a mess. So I'm just going to blur. And then let's see, has that actually done anything, or is that placebo? It has given us a little bit more of a separation over here. Is it one more to the right? Let's see. Yeah, I think it is. Well, that would make sense why this all of a sudden caught my eye. Oh yeah, it really is. Yeah, undo all of that. Yeah. So here. And then it's going to be inside like this. And then further down. Because one thing that would make things a little bit easier is that the end of it. No, it's not. One thing, because over here you can see that there's a little bit of a difference. This side, like this, the face UV is not exactly flat. It's a little bit rotated, as you can kind of see here around the chin area. So with the like duplicate method, it's going to be impossible to get it 100% exact. But if you want it to be exact, I'm trying to remember what my... It would be something like use M for selection. Select kind of this area over here, and then you get access to scale rotate, and then rotate like this. And about that level of rotation. Control D to deselect everything, and then K to move, get it back into place, and now it's more closely matched to the other side again. It would have been fine to leave it unrotated as well. I've done that several times before, but it's simple enough to fix. Yeah, and now that's more like it. Just like this would be jarring. I wouldn't be very happy about that. Although you can very clearly now tell that, yeah, those are eyelids. But then, when I unhide the hair, it's a lot better. Still not 100% convinced that these are the exact eyelids I want, but I'm not going to delay here too much. I will grow to like them or completely forget about their existence once they have actually more texture and not just black colors. So our eyelashes, if I go over to our reference so that you can see, have a bit of not black over here. About the same color as the nose. So what I want to do for them is I'm going to say that this is a gradient. I'm going to pick this color. That's about the same as the nose. And I'm going to pick our eyelashes color here. And it's very clear that the edge, the black side of our lashes would be here, but I'm just going to confirm that. Again, pretty obvious, but want to be sure. And yes, it is over there. So our gradient's going to be going from here to here. I'm going to now polyline with M, polyline select the area I want to gradient, like this. There is some kind of a, yeah, shrink selection. I guess I can show this. Control D to deselect, and shrink selection. You have to continuously hold your mouse button. It's not like a polyline. But then when you drop, it shrinks to your selection. And that's an easy way to select exact things. We don't need to do that because we have clipping on. So any paint that we get outside the lines doesn't exist canonically. So I do want to use a polyline because that gives us a bit more to play with. Because I don't trust the shrink to get exactly everything. It might leave some floaters, even though it shouldn't, considering this is again, a digital art software, digital art tool, it shouldn't be very picky. It should, if it's not transparent, it should include it in the selection, but I just don't trust it. So I want to do things this way. Call this one lashes. And then go to our gradient tool. And by default, oh, well, there's the rainbow that we're going to be using for the metallic bits then, I guess. That's actually really cool that that exists. That saves so much time. I guess sunset would work as well, but yeah, the rainbow is cool. And what we want to do is foreground to background. There's no background to foreground as far as I can tell, so you have to have these the exact way around. Unless you can like hold control and do it, but this is how I've always done it. And then I'm just going to do this with the mouse. I want it to start about here, and I want it to end about here. And that gives us a little bit more. About like this. And that gives us a nice gradient tip for the end of our lashes. So export this again. Okay. Reload. More. Needs to be about the middle, where our gradient ends. So, not K, but rather G, about here. And I want to come from a better angle, like this. I want to say even more. So something like this. And then export and see what happens. Yeah. One thing I've kind of come across with is that there can be terrible, terrible color banding if your gradient is, well, okay, you can see this weird like pixel effect that DSP also does. But sometimes there can be just terrible color banding if your gradient is not long enough. But this time it looks to be fine. And if we render, we don't have the like exact detail. There's a couple light spots and so on in the lashes, like so. Light spot and all of that. But we've got the gradient effect going, and that's something to work off of. So if I wanted to add these light spots over here, I'd maybe select one of the colors, add another layer, flip it, call this shade, and the light spots would be about I'm looking at the reference on my other monitor, be one, kind of like this here. One something like this here. Let's say something like this. And then they are not going to be very harsh. So I want to smooth them a little bit. Kind of like so. Careful with the little one. It's very easy to go overboard and it just completely disappears. And it doesn't look very impressive at a texture level, but if I export this and have a reload, it doesn't look very impressive at a mesh level either. So I don't need to go as high with the blur. I can rather do something like just the tiniest little bit so that it's not a sharp edge. Shadows don't tend to be very sharp, so I do want to have blur around them, but I know I can leave most of their body as pretty defined. And that's a little bit better, but they should really be going further down. I like that over there. But the body of this one, the middle one, Should be more like this. It's going across the entire thing. Yeah, something like that. I'm not going to spend too much time on the eyelashes, but that's kind of going to be the shading technique I'm going to be using. I do want to extend the other one as well, because one thing to keep in mind is because we baked our base texture, if I bring up my UV map, you can see that there's going to be an area that's expanded outside of the UV map, so take that into account with anything like this. It needs to be a little bit bigger, and then blur. And that's better. So then the head is a very extensive piece to texture. So there's a couple more things that we need to do. First of all, I'm going to be doing the ears. And then we need to do the kind of general... Actually, I think I might do the general head shadow first. And then we need to do something about the lips as well. Because this is cool and all, but if I go back to emission, you can see, well, our mouth being different colored helps a little bit. But compared to the rest of our head now, with our nice blush and eyelids, our mouth is not very defined. And angles like this look dumb. Here it's fine because we can see the definition. Here it just kind of disappears. So we need lips. So I'm actually going to start with the lips. The lips are going to be nice. I clicked into my reference. This inner thing is going to be our mouth, and that's already colored. Is that the end of the playlist? No. 4 more minutes. But we do have our lip here. So I'm going to select... You can't see this, but... like... And this is the lower resolution ref sheet, so this is not ideal. I have a much more defined mouth on my upscaled one. This is the inside of the mouth. That doesn't matter. These are supposed to be the lips. If you... Okay, this is a little bit better, but these are the lips. So I found a color in my upscaled one that is nice for the lips. We don't need to draw the mouth line. That is going to be like the inside of our mouth. That will add that definition. We need to draw the lips. So let's figure out where the lips are going to be. The lower lip's going to extend to about here. And the corners of the mouth are there. So something like this, maybe. So we have our corner kind of crunched in over here, and then extend here. And then, yeah, middle bit would be the third after the thin strip of faces. So that'll give us a rough idea. Just give us another layer. I want this to be under the shade. Somewhere like here. As long as it's under the shade, it's going to be fine. Have it clip. Call this lips. Get our UV map in here. And just draw a general... So we start here, we end here, we go over here. Do that with a thin pen. Something like this. And this is just a very, very rough sketch. Give it an amount of blur around both sides. going to be crooked. It's not going to look anything like I want it to, but it's going to give us an idea of where we actually are. It is nowhere near as bad as it looks in the texture. Needs to be extended further, but those are some really nice lower lips. Needs to be further to the left and further down. So I guess something like this, maybe. This is also a very, very hard red. Like, that's bright, but that's fine. Because it just kind of works. These are the most painless lips I think I've ever done. Like, the upper one needs a bit of definition still, but the lower one is perfect. So the upper one is going to be like, I don't know, about here. And it doesn't need much. It needs something like this, maybe. And then blur. And the texture, as a result, doesn't look like the nicest thing, but what we care about is what happens in Blender. And what happens in Blender is about exactly what I wanted. He could stretch further to the... Okay, now the playlist is over. And a little bit quieter. But yeah, the lips have worked out perfectly, and like the... Looking at the ref sheet, it's like the character doesn't have this level of lip gloss definition. So I would have to go and look at a stream to find out what the face actually looks like. I'm not going to do that right now. I might adjust later based on that. But as just a general level of character, this is pleasing. If I go to emission, we have very nice lips now. To the point where I'm not 100% sure about the intensity of the blush and the eyelids anymore. They could be a little bit smoother. I'm going to leave that at tune. Trying to move around in a way. Just my position in my seat that I don't throw my back. So, let's see. Take a look at the ref sheet again. I could draw like this kind of, like the lower eyelashes. Those could be texture level. I think they're usually going to be texture level, so I want to do something along the lines of... They would be over... Yeah, cover just the entire length. And I want them to be about the same color as our starting gradient over here. These can be part of the lids, which this can be now merged down. I can have them in the same layer as the lids. And kind of very, very roughly, to the point where I'm actually going to bump up to, let's say, 15. And start here. And I'm just shift-clicking around each vert, like so. Blurring this is going to be difficult. Yeah, to the point where I think what I want to do instead is have a run over it with a soft eraser a couple times. Doesn't have the effect I wanted. So what about a blend? Doesn't have the effect I wanted. What about a regular blur? Spreads way too much. So okay, what if I were to have this as its own layer? No. No, okay, I can't go back anymore. Yeah, have this as its own layer. And try that again. Gonna hide everything else so that we don't get any like blending interference from our blush. Yeah, that's better. So I kind of just want to get rid of the... We might still be getting blending interference from our blush. That's fine. Okay, that's not going to look ideal. But I'm going to unhide everything so that we get the full picture. Export, head. I switched the blender too fast. So save that again and let it actually save. The more you work on a texture, the more complex the PNG becomes and the longer it's going to take for Clip Studio to save it. And if you go to blender too fast, yeah, no, I don't like that. I'm going to go back to the unblurred version. And just kind of see what that looks like. If it all ends up looking bad, I'm going to have this be 3D. That gives more definition, but yeah, no, I just... That's the only thing in this layer, right? Yeah. Just delete that layer and forget this entire thing happened. I don't want that right now. So, we're deciding to ignore that for now. The two things we're missing from our head are the shadow and the ears. I'm going to do the shadow first so that I have a reference for the ears. So if we go here, I'm going to pick out a color for the shadow. That's a very, very harsh shadow. So I may end up smoothing it out a little bit, making it a little bit lighter. But I'm going to start with that color and then kind of figure out that we're kind of roughly going to... I'm going to hide everything else. We're kind of roughly going to be following along the... Like back here, it's not going to follow the jawline because the ear's going to be still visible. But rather what we would want instead is something... It's going to start here, going to end up over here, circle around the back of the ear, and then kind of go up over here. So start here, make a beeline to about the ear hole over here, and then go towards the top. So that's fine. And anything on the outside will not be shaded. Anything on the inside will be shaded. So let's try and do exactly that. So start about here to here. And then here to here. Try and do the same thing on the other side. Here to here. And here to here. And then anything inside of those lines is going to be filled with this color. So I'm going to draw in over here. And with some luck, I would be able to fill this. I am. Okay, that's cool. So if I were to export this now, you could see that it's about where we wanted it to be, but it is so incredibly harsh that this just looks bad. And I actually want a more direct line between these 2 points. So that's good to know. So more like something... So which points were they exactly? So that's fine, and that's fine. But I just want them to be more like directly connected. So I guess like start here, end here. Not much of a difference, but maybe that'll translate in 3D. Yeah, kinda. And then this kind of a shadow will extend to the front once we're able to work on the hair, kind of figure out exactly where the hair is going to be casting a shadow. But realistically, they should be going about like this kind of an area. It's going to be completely shadowed as well because of the hair. No whole lot of light going through there. So we're going to do that same thing on the other side, the same like more direct kind of a connection. So from here to here. I think it should be further to the right, but I'm going to see how this looks like. I think I did it again. Yeah. Okay, let's save the over. Control Shift S. Let's save as head. Okay, that's what I wanted here. Now I can see in the top bar whenever this has actually been saved. Yeah, okay, like this. So it is, if I unhide everything now, you can see that it is, it kind of needs to be a harsh shadow, but that's way too much. So I am going to, by default, drop this to about 60%. And then it's also not going to be that harsh of a transition, so all of this needs to be blurred. And specifically blur 3'd, the downloaded brush instead of the default brush. So, like this. Just go around the entire thing. Because again, shadows aren't going to be the most sharp things in the world. They're always going to have like a slight blur to them, especially these kind of shadows. If I now export this, I can control S now, head. And you can see, now I can go to Blender, Alt R. And that is so much better. The chin is still very sharp, so that needs a lot of smoothing. As much as possible. Ideally, I'd want to be able to like do something along these lines as well, where I would have a little bit of our shade here. And then give it a lot of smoothing as well. That's not going to line up, but this is just a kind of a demonstration of how I need to remember to Control S instead of Control Shift S. It's always an issue. Yeah, that's a more natural transition, but the shadow should not exist on the front here. That's going to be one of the lightest parts. So I'm going to undo all of that. That was Control Shift S. This is Control S. And Alt R. Yeah, and that's decent. What I can do to alleviate the little bit here is something... It's a soft eraser. I want a hard eraser. do it like this. And instead we blur towards the chin. And that'll look even better. It'll be a while before I get used to pressing Ctrl S. Yeah, and that's smoother again. And it's a cool effect to have in Toon, but where it really shines is if I go to emission. You can see there's a bit of a harsh edge here still. But that's fine. Switch back to Toon. And then finally, let me unhide everything and see. The top of the head is a bit harsh. That's fine. That's going to be hidden by hair, like you can see. So now the ears. And if I once again go take a look at the reference, and the one reference we can see, you can see that the inside of the ear is going to be more shaded. And that's the way we can get our ear definition. And especially around the rim of the ear is going to be the hardest shadow. So trying to figure out where that would be. So around here is going to be especially harsh. I'm going to fix this. That has now clipped in because we applied our subsurf. So our left ear, which is going to be the important one, I'm not sure if I'm going to do any shading on the right one, considering it's going to be he maybe should be entirely shaded, the same color as this. But our important ear is going to be the lower one. And the kind of area we want is going to be inside the third loop from the outside. Start from the big face over here and head to the third from the left down there. So get our UV map in there to help us out. The lower ear, big face, and our shading is kind of going to be following along. I'm going to go down to a 10, following along this kind of a path. Race it out, and it ends here. And it should be at its harshest about like here. And again, with luck, I'm going to be able to fill that in. I am. This edge is going to have a very, very faint, very light blur. And this one's going to turn into a much broader blur. Now let's Control Shift S. All right, that's good. A little bit thinner around the top. And then if we look at our reference, you can see that the inside of the ear does get shade as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to go that hard myself. I guess I'd like to have some over here. So about the middle bit over there. There's a diamond at the top, and then the vert immediately below the diamond is going to be shade as well. So we figured out that this needs to be a little bit less thick. And then our middle bit is here. So add a generous bit of shade here. And a more generous bit of shade. Do like a 150 maybe. And kind of blur that around. It's impressive. It's impressive how a human memory is able to last all of 30 seconds. I want it to be smudged. So now I get to use fingertip. And just going to do it like that, and then blow it again. Caught myself. That was Control-Shift-E again. It's muscle memory. I don't know where it's muscle memory from. That looks nice, by the way. I don't remember where I got that muscle memory from. It wouldn't have been from Clip Studio, but it just translates over to Clip Studio, so I just use it. I don't like how this goes here, but I should have fixed this earlier, while I still had access to like Subsurf and so on. That make a dent in the head. Can I smooth that out? Yeah, kinda. The other ear doesn't matter. This one's going to be the more visible one. Yeah, and then if I render, and especially if I turn on Toon, we now have a pretty nice ear. And we have a lot of definition in the face. And then the like final thing for the head that I might want to do is go over here and to my wheel, grab a darker grey, and to our shade. Well, first of all, figure out which way around these eye sockets are. I rarely bother with this, so... Ooh, that's not ideal. So I know that anything above this third loop from the bottom, and then on this side, third loop from... Yeah, okay, I can figure this out. So let's say we would do something along maybe... Yeah, from here, 1, 2, 3, got the right loop. And anything on this side. Something like this. And then the other one was anything on... No, it would be this. This is something I have simply seen in anime models and I have not understood. But I mean, could maybe Control S. Could maybe copy is the like eye socket shading. So like wow. So okay, it would be... It's not doable with these eye sockets, I don't think. Let me just hide these eyes. You can kind of see what I'm going for here. You can just also see that it has not gone to plan. I'd need to do something stupid like this. And like this. So I guess I could connect the dots over there. So above where I am right now, and then to above where I am right now. Do that in another layer. I'd like to connect from about here to about here. And then on the other side, I would like to connect from one above to one below. So from here to like here. And then if I know where to draw in over here. If you had eye sockets that were better unwrapped, like if you really wanted to do this, if you wanted to add this definition, if you just paid Control S, if you just paid a little bit more attention to when you were unwrapping the eye sockets, this would be so much easier. This is kind of what I'm going for. But they need to be, like, lower. I don't exactly know what the purpose of... Well, I guess it kind of has, like, definition. So let's go a loop lower. Let's do something kind of like this. And fill those in. And export. Just don't even want to mention it at this point. Like this. It's too far down over there, around the insides. But it's like, I guess this is a neat... Where's my model? There. Yeah, I guess this is a neat effect. If I just, like, kind of go in and... where to rotate these more like this. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I kind of like it. I can kind of see where they're coming from. Now, unfortunately, because I hid this, our shade is gone, but that's easily fixed. Erase our initial attempt from over here. Has this always been this dark? I guess it has. I mentioned this before, but my tablet is not the most color accurate thing. Like, for anything light, I have to actually look at my monitor. But now I'm able to unhide that, and we should have the entirety of our head. I swear this would be going better if I weren't having to focus on talking the entire time. I can't focus on more than one thing at a time. Now we're able to get our shade back. And that's our face texture. I don't think there's anything further to add to this, unless we ever want to shade the mouth. But yeah, this is about the point where I'm going to just quickly see if there's anything I've missed. I don't think there would be. That would be all I wanted to cover for the face. Turn off my tablet so that I get my desk real estate back. I'm going to try and slide this on the floor without destroying my back. Okay, it's fine. It lived. And then carefully reposition. I don't think there's going to be a session tomorrow, so I will be able to rest my back. Just never be active, kids. The one last thing I want to do is, first of all, save 29 head pecs. And then what I want to do is have another Blender window. And open recent and 28 wristbands. I'm going to copy our untextured ember over here and do this. Hit it with a render in cycles and give us a lot more real estate. That's the difference a texture makes. And again, I'd like to repeat this. I am not a digital artist. I'm not a 2D artist. I used all of like 5 tools and mainly 2 brushes for this. Now, I have an advantage in that I'm using 2D art software, which you can acquire for yourself. The more important and unfair advantage is that I do have a drawing screen, no matter how old. Actually, there's a thing I've realized that I should have fixed earlier. I'm going to duplicate this material and call this head. Then for skin, I am going to disconnect this and then we can get our skin color back. I'm not going to do that for the... Well, I may as well do it at a later point for the actual save state. But yeah, this is... So what's happened to our... Oh, our lashes are using skin as well. Yeah, they should be using head. And so these should be using head as well. Yeah, like this. Now I think everything is the way it's supposed to be. So this is a very basic difference between something that is just flat shaded, or flat colored, not flat shaded, but flat colored, and then rendered with a shader that's actually shaded, and something that is textured and then rendered with the same shader. You can see that even though the difference is minimal in places, this still looks so much nicer. If I were to switch my head to emission and skin 001 to emission, the difference would be much more marked. So this is why for any shadeless models, you are going to need either a texture or you're going to need an outline. I prefer going with a texture because it brings out so much more detail that you can't do with an outline. But like, again, I would like to stress this. The one advantage I might have over anyone who wants to try this is the fact that I have a drawing screen. And to that I would say, if anyone wants to get serious about this, or if anyone has the opportunity to be able to get their hands on one, just look at your local like Craigslist or Craigslist equivalent. See if anyone's selling old art supplies for cheap. If no one's selling anything with a screen for cheap, you can do this with just the simplest, tiniest little Wacom as well. As long as you're able to have the hand-eye coordination of looking at your monitor and then drawing on the tablet. And the techniques I used in Clip Studio Paint are all very simple. So anyone can learn this. And if you want to get even better, you're not going to get anything from me. I am a complete amateur when it comes to 2D art. So I'd recommend going on YouTube and looking up some shading tutorials. Maybe trying out actual like drawing and 2D art yourself. And that's the best way to improve. But the main point here is going to be to be able to make a simple texture that gets the most out of our model. So I think I've accomplished that with the head so far. And then as one little final thing to both show off and hopefully encourage people is going to be this. I'm going to have 53 done over here. this is by far my proudest work so far. I'm going to reload over here and open... let's say before ropes solidify, that would be before I started texturing. Grab this and move it next to our final product. I'm going to delete this. This is what I used to make the ropes. And then switch over to rendered. It took a long amount of time. And this was my learning how to texture project. So that's why it took a long amount of time. But these textures are nothing unattainable. This is something I was able to do with having some experience in texturing, but not texturing the right way. Some experience in like caveman texturing of just using the wrong brushes and all of that. So this is going to be possible for just about anyone. It's just doing your reps and very basic understanding of shadow and just having the correct tools. So and if you look at the back, you can see I took very many shortcuts, but I'm still happy with how the back came out as well. Like just a little detail in the frills and so on. So this is ideally going to be the level of texture, if not even better, that I'm aiming for the tutorial series. So for the next stream, which I don't know when that's going to be, I'm aiming for Tuesday, but who knows? I don't think I am going to be doing one on Monday. Both because I'm going to be busy and I do want to try and rest my back. But then on Tuesday, that's going to be what I'm aiming for. And then hopefully like Wednesday or Thursday as well. I do want to like keep the ball rolling. But that's going to be on Tuesday. We're going to pick up the one thing I do need to fix is this. Make that head instead. Make sure that these are using head as well. And then make sure that skin is using the skin color. And then save again. So this is what we're going to pick off. Next time, I'm going to either do the body or the hair. But like I said at the start of texturing, I'm going to be for sure doing one texturing stream. And depending on how that goes and how it looks like, and how fast I'm able to work, I'm going to decide at the end of that stream if I'm going to be doing more texturing streams, or if texturing is going to be something that is going to be so repetitive and the same methods over and over and over that I'm going to do it off stream so that we can progress. But that's going to be hopefully on Tuesday. I am going to, like usual places, VGL server and 4CCG, I'm going to let you know what the starting time is going to be and if the stream's going to be happening in the first place.